Mississippi House of Representatives is now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as related in prayer today by the gentleman from Prentice. Remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
Would you join me as we pray? Our Father in heaven, we're so grateful for every blessing of life and all the blessings that you've flooded us with. Father, as we deliberate today on the interest of the fair citizens of Mississippi, flood our souls and our minds with wisdom that we will weigh every measure and weigh it on behalf of our state. Father, we're thankful for the country that we live in, the abundance of life that we enjoy because of it, the liberties that you have blessed us with. Continue to bless us. Father, bless the leaders of our land. Bless them in wisdom, that they'll make decisions, that they will preserve those liberties and continue to let us live in a pursuit of happiness. Strengthen us, Father, against every encounter that we have against thy will. We're thankful for Jesus Christ and for the eternal hope that we have because of his love for us and your love. And we thank you for this prayer, and we're thankful for Jesus, our mediator, and we pray that we have not prayed in a selfish manner, but that thy will be done in all things. Amen. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job, sir. Thank you. Over the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. The gentleman from Itawamba moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of Select Committee.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of Standing Committee.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. The gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other paper.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
All right, this time we'll have introductions of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Tippa, Mr. Steverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you could help me make welcome in the South Gallery, we have Vice President of TVA, Mark Yates, and with him is the Director of Government Relations, Amy Tate.
Gentleman from Perry, Mr. Gooden.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Speaker. Today we have here our mayor from the great town of Leakesville in the great Greene County. If you would, please help me to welcome Honorable David West. Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help me welcome one of my great constituents and one of the town of Edwards aldermen, Tommy Brown.
Do you have any other introductions? I don't see any. We'll go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Gentleman from Forest.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 2 on the motion to reconsider. House Bill 624, move to table the motion to reconsider.
Okay. Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. All opposed? Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion to table prevails. Gentleman from October Hall, there's only one other item you wish to take it up. Okay. Rules. Jim Tibhall, you want to do rules? Does not. Appropriations. Is our chairman here? He passes. Ways and Means. Okay, you want to do anything? Chairman
Thank you, Mr.
rules,
Speaker.
what you want to do?
Mr. Speaker, if we could go to the rules calendar.
Is he taking over? All right. Are we going back to the rules calendar?
The Ways and Means calendar.
I'm confused. What are we doing?
Mr. Speaker, would you recognize the gentleman from Starville? He's going to handle a few repealer bills.
Yes, sir. Jim Tibhall, he's going to handle some bills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no objections, the following bills are all repealer bills, and I will go slow and bring them up one by one
Where are they located? On the Ways and Means calendar?
on the Ways and Means calendar.
All right. Is there any objection to taking up any of these bills on a repealer? Extending a repealer?
Yes, sir.
Identify them for us, gentlemen. Y'all pay attention if you got one you want to set aside.
HB 252,
What number we looking at, gentlemen? Number 4, 252. All right, what else?
HB 392,
Number 6,
HB 395,
number 7,
HB 850,
number 8,
not HB 850, I'm sorry.
minus number 8. Okay? Is that it?
That's it.
So we got 4 bills we're taking up in a, 3 bills that we're taking up in a block, all of which extend repealers only. Number 4, 252, number 6, 392, number 7, 395. Any objection by anyone to taking these up? I don't see any. Any questions on these 3? I don't see any. I guess we need to call them up, don't we? We didn't do that. Gentleman calls the bills up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, can we remove HB 396 from this, or did we already?
I'm sorry, what you want to do?
Was HB 396 included in that block?
Number 9? He wants to add number 9.
No, sir, no, sir, no, sir, I do not want to add it, I'm sorry. Just making sure.
All right, we're going to do 4, 6, and 7 in a block. All right, open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 104 yeas, 6 nays, the bills pass. Jump from ranking, Mr. Yancey, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
In the South Gallery, please help me welcome 17 members of the Mississippi Independent Cannabis Association. They are 100% Mississippi-owned and operated. Please help me welcome them to the House.
All right, we're back to the Ways and Means calendar. Mr. Chairman, what you want to do?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion if I could.
If I were to recognize you for a motion, what would it be?
The motion would be to have somebody pour the gentleman from October a stronger cup of coffee this morning.
Yeah,
That's it.
he may be struggling a little this morning.
The next item we'll take up, Mr. Speaker, is item 1, House Bill 371. And with your blessing, I'd like to recognize a gentleman from Newton to handle it.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and grows read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye, opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Newton's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, House Bill 371 is a simple amendment to Section 74, Chapter 492. In 2020, we passed a bond bill which authorized the City of Union some funds to repave a street, the industrial circle, which goes through their industrial park. They did so and did so well, they actually did the project and came in under budget. So they had some funds left over. And this bill just authorizes them to use what few funds, there's around $30,000 was left over. It allows the City of Union to take those funds and pave some streets in the lower income section of their town that's desperately needing some asphalt. So all this does is just authorizes the City of Union to use the leftover funds that they already have sitting in the bank to pave some other streets in their city. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 371. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? It appears Madam Clerk's going to have to reboot the computer, so that's going to take a few minutes. All right, looks like it worked. Sorta. All right, in light of the computer not working, we will use a morning roll call for the vote. If you wish to be voted no, stand up and tell me you want to vote no. Otherwise, we're going to record everybody for a yes. Computer just doesn't seem to be cooperating. We got a gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell, wishes to vote no. Any others that I've missed? I don't see any. We'll continue to work on the computer. So it appears the bill passes. We'll go to the next item.
The next item, Mr. Speaker, is item 3. Skip to item 3. House Bill 246, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I don't see the gentleman from Tallahatchie, so I'll handle his bill. But this bill is really a simple bill dealing with real property rights. This bill would, in the world of real property law, there's a thing called a right of first refusal. I know many of y'all have heard of that, but it causes problems when you check in title if there's not a time for it to expire. And so what this would do, this is actually comes to the gentleman from down south has a good bill. This is his bill, but this bill would, if the instrument does not specifically state that the right of first refusal extends to the heirs, administrators, and assigns, then it will expire at the death of when the person dies. And so it just kind of clears up some title issues, and it's a good bill. I'll take any questions that y'all may have.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Gentlemen, I think you got a good bill here, but I got a one question. You're a country lawyer like me.
Certainly, gentlemen.
Now,
I take that as a compliment.
That is
Yeah.
a compliment. You've ran across deeds with the right of first refusal may go back to a family member or a undefined person.
Right.
How would that work in a situation like this?
Well, I don't know how it would work if it was an undefined person.
Let's say go back to the Lamar family would
Okay.
have a right of first refusal.
Well, you're talking about basically in a situation where there would be more than one
Correct.
grantee or a recipient of the right? That's a good question, gentlemen. I think we call that a cloud on a title.
Yeah, and gentlemen, it's a great bill. I wish we could fix that some type of way. Maybe
If you got
20-year limit.
if you got some
20-year
language for me, I'll be happy to entertain it.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
This bill really focuses when, let's just say, a singular person is granted that right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Is the machine working, Madam Clerk? Open the machine. Let's see how it works. Looks like it's going now. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Octibah Hall is still working on a few of his bills, so with your permission, we'll skip down to item 10, House Bill 384, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, recognize, please, the gentleman from Rankin to handle it.
Gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I would like to call up the committee sub for House Bill 384.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this will allow Sunday sales at your package stores. By no means are they required to do it, and the governing authority over them must approve this. They can only be open between the hours of 1 and 6 on Sunday. That's the explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 384. Looks like computer died. All right, we have a computer glitch again, so we will use a morning roll call again. If you wish to vote no, stand up. Oh, gosh. Hey, look. There we go. It's cranked up again, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 70 yeas, 37 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Okay, try it now.
The next item, Mr. Speaker, is item 11, House Bill 388. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This, we already have a procedure in law whereby local governmental entities can, if they're owed money, think garbage collection, things of that nature, they can be refunded that money through a taxpayer's income tax with DOR. That speaks to cities and counties. This just changes that current statute, basically reads political subdivisions of the city or county. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions, Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yell.
Yes, sir.
So my question on this is, so if you owe this, does this have to be adjudicated by a judge, or do they just take it?
The debt's already final, gentlemen. The debt's already been adjudicated. These are existing, finally adjudicated debts that are owed to a city or county. The existing law lets that city or county be repaid if that person has a refund with DOR.
So this is not just a delinquent account that
No.
they say, you haven't paid your bill in 3 months, we're going to go take it.
They've already had the due process, final appeal. It's been finally adjudicated. And that's current law, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 388. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 107 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Ladies and gentlemen, when all the computer trouble, we got out of order slightly back on item number 3. There was a committee sub on item number 3, and we did not vote on the committee sub. So we need to go back and pick that up. I need a motion to reconsider the vote by which item number 3 passed. I'm assuming the chairman makes that motion.
Yes, sir.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Bill is back before the House. Now we need to call up the committee sub. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now we have the committee sub in front of us, which we need to vote on. Any further questions on the committee sub? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. The question occurs on House Bill 246. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Now we're back in proper order. Next item.
Next item will be item 12, House Bill 535. We'll call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman
We have a committee
recognized.
sub on this one as well, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, what?
We have a committee sub on
Yes,
this bill.
gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
If you would recognize the gentleman from Rankin again, please.
Gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 535 is going to be our vehicle for resort status. This is for Florence, Mississippi, but if anybody has any resort status they want to do, y'all get with me so we can put you in the bill. That's the explanation.
Questions? Jim from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
This is really just a technical question, and I'm in favor of this bill. The resort status, is it upon the city's obligation to designate these areas as resort statuses?
Not necessarily cities. A member can come up, they can have a golf community or something.
Right. No, I'm saying, so let me give you an example. So I have a constituent who owns a business in the resort status area, but the city is telling them that they are not in the resort status, in the resort area.
Let me refer you to the learned attorney sitting behind me.
Yeah.
This young man right here, he's going to tell you more than I can. So.
I'll get with them afterwards. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 535. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 104 yeas and 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would go to the next item, which is item 13, House Bill 702. Call it up, make the usual motion.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Itawamba is going to handle the bill.
The gentleman from Itawamba is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the reverse auction bill that simply allows your local governing bodies to opt out of the reverse auction if they feel it benefits their district. They still have to put it in their minutes, the reason they're not doing the reverse auction, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 702. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine. Madam Clerk. All right. By a vote of 113 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. I think we got you, gentlemen. Next item.
We're going to skip item 14 and move down to item 15, House Bill 999. Call that up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 999 is a bill that this body's passed several times. Y'all recall the Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund that we had debated the last couple of years, finally got the program enacted into law. This body on multiple occasions has stated that this, for planning purposes and for consistency, that program should be funded with a diversion of taxes based off from sales tax from sporting goods. The people that basically participate and support conservation efforts in hunting and fishing in our state every year are full support of this. This will be a diversion that's phased in over 3 years. We did not get that part into the program last year. The Senate would not cooperate on that. They chose rather to have it subject to the whim and pleasure of the appropriation process, which is not a way to plan for these projects in the long term. So this would just continue to reiterate and this body's position that is taken many times that should be funded through a diversion. That's an explanation.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 999. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 106 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. I'm going to recognize Gentleman Jones, Mr. Scoggin, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to introduce in both galleries the future leaders of Jones County class of 2023 and also the Leadership Jones County class, which is the adult group of that section. If y'all would give them applause.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Forest County delegation, I would like to introduce and ask that the House welcome our Doctor of the Day, Dr. Pooja Sharati, a physician at William Carey University School of Osteopathic Medicine.
Gentleman Chickasaw, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to introduce our Doctor of the Day, Dr. John Mitchell. He's the Director of the Office of Physicians Workforce.
I want to thank both of you for being here today. Thank you. Next item.
The next item is number 16, 1167. Call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
We have a committee sub, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
House Bill 1167 is a bill that comes before this body upon the request of many, many members. Y'all will recall last year that we made some changes in the conference process to the way contractors are licensed. Really not much about the way they're licensed, but just the way they have to report their license numbers. Maybe you heard a lot like I did from an outcry from folks, and so they were unable to get licensed or having a difficult time getting licensed. For whatever reason, they had not been licensed in the past, even though the previous law said they should have. So what this bill does is try to fix that problem, and it would create an alternate licensing path for individuals who either have taken the test, can't pass it. Some of them just don't test well, don't read well, but they're mighty good at plumbing a house or wiring a house or those types of things. And so what this would do would create an alternate licensing path, as I stated, for those individuals who want to, that have at least 5 years' experience and have 3 letters of recommendation. Then they can come in and they can be legally and properly licensed before the Board of Contractors as long as they do that. I think the bill gives them to the end of the year to do that. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since you are leaving, can I move over there so I can be the gentleman from Hines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure. Gentleman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I had a lot of questions. We did something last year or year before in regards to contractors and builders about being licensed and stuff.
That's right.
With municipalities. Can you give me an update on how many issues we've had with that?
Well, it's been a big issue this year, gentlemen. There are, like I said, for whatever reason, there was a lot of unlicensed work going on across the state, even though the law has always required, as far as I know, well, maybe not always, but for a long time has required general contractors and those doing GC work to have a residential builder's license.
So it was my understanding that we were supposed to have a grandfather clause in that legislation, but some jurisdictions are not honoring that grandfather clause.
So, gentlemen, this is how it was handled up to this point. The bill went into effect, I think, July 1 of last year, and the Board of Contractors gave them a grandfather period through the end of 2022. And that ended. I've just learned here recently that the board has extended that grandfather period for another few months. But this would just put it in statute. It would extend the grandfather period, and not just a grandfather period, but it would create an alternate way for them to be licensed. It's a very similar process to what they did, but it gives it to the end of the year, the end of 23.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
The lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure I had a lot of complaints.
Sure.
And one of them was from a retired electrician who was coming back. His daughter was opening a shop, and he went down to get a permit to do this work that he'd done all of his life for his daughter. And he was told from the local people that he had to go to Jackson and get a license from Jackson. Are we still making people do that in this bill?
Lady, I guess what you're referring to is the Board of Contractors office is located here in Jackson. I don't know that there's a requirement that they physically drive to Jackson. They can mail in their paperwork and do it electronically if they want to do that.
So I just feel like we're still making it hard for people to just do their job.
Right now they have to have a license and they have to take a test to get a license. This is saying, well, you might not take a test, but it's creating an alternate way. So if they've been in business 5 years and have done good work, there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to get a license under this procedure.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Jim from Leak, Mr. Walker.
Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Now, does this apply to residential builders only?
There are residential general contractors, and there's, I think, 5 categories of what's known as life safety subs: electrical, plumbing, HVAC, mechanical, that sort of thing.
Okay, and that's spelled out in the bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, these letters of recommendations, who will that come from? What type of person would have to provide this letter?
Let me get that and read that to you specifically, gentlemen. Hold on one second. It states one reference letter from a building official or another contractor stating that's familiar with the person's work, one reference letter from a bank or other financial institution, and one general reference letter from someone that you've done work for in the past. That's it.
So someone you've done work for, not necessarily another contractor, but a satisfied customer?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Chris Well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
No, I just want to make sure this in no way affects an individual building their own home or doing their own work, correct?
Gentlemen, that was not changed in the law. If you think you're qualified enough and, the house roof ain't gonna fall in on you, you can still build your own home as long as it's for yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman, yield, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is simply, why is this necessary to change the rules, shall we say, for this category of contractors? Is it something that prompted the necessity of this legislation?
Yes, sir. There were people who've been doing this work for a long time that, for whatever reason, like I said, communication, just didn't know, but weren't licensed. And when the changes were made in the law last year, there are some people who have had a hard time getting licensed. And so this just creates an alternate path for them to get licensed. That should be easier.
Easier
Yes,
to get
sir.
licensed?
Easier than taking a test.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. It's designed to help them.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1167. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
The next item we're going to go to, Mr. Speaker, is 18. We're going to skip 17, go to 18, call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This is a bill that really came to me this year at our committee, and I was not aware of this process, but it is currently existing law that if you have a final adjudication of a judgment and you go to collect on that judgment, whoever's owed those funds, that money, that person can go garnish anybody's wages. And the law has always been, as long as you work in the private sector, the most you can garnish is 25%. That's the way it works until you're paid in full. However, it came to my attention this year that there was a subsequent part of the code that dealt with public employees, which would be everybody in this body or anybody that works for the state, allowed and mandated if there was a garnishment, mandated 100% of that individual's paycheck. And so I think you can understand just from a basic fairness and ability to continue to provide for your family that needed to be changed. And so this bill recognizes that, and it would back it off. It would basically give the employee who's being garnished the option to elect to go with 50% as opposed to 100% of their paycheck. That's an explanation.
Questions, Jim from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Just trying to make sure I heard you right.
Okay.
On private employees, they can garnish up to 25%, is that right?
That's right.
So we're gonna make public employees 50%.
Well, I think there was a reason why it was in the law. It's 100% now.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
And I'm open to that. And I think the reasoning there is, these people owe money to the state. This is I'm sorry, I should have said, this is taxpayer dollars, okay, when owed to the state. And so, in that situation, it would be money that they already owe, okay, to the state. Tax debt, whatever it may be, that's been finally adjudicated. And so that's what, taxpayers want their money back.
Well, I want us to have our money back too. But I'm just saying, look like we're doing, public employees a disservice versus private
Well,
employees.
the distinction there, gentlemen, and I get what you're saying, but the distinction is there on the private side, that's not taxpayer dollars. That may be, you have a judgment against me, okay? You're collecting it against me. You send it and you garnish my wages. We're dealing with taxpayer money. And I think that's probably the reasoning that it was set up that way a long time ago. But just a basic fairness, we still need to allow these people to be able to feed their family or themselves, that sort of thing.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I had a bill similar to what you presented here today, so I support this bill without a doubt. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward, and maybe we can do better.
We'll look at it.
Okay.
Thank
you, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1169. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 114 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Item 19, House Bill 1170, would call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Jim calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I take that back. This, I've just learned we may have an amendment on that bill. So can we, help me with my procedure? Do we need to lay it on the table subject
The
to
bill
call?
is before the House. If you don't want to take it up, I would just lay it on the table subject to call.
Let's do that.
Motion is to lay it on the table subject to call. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Bill's laid on the table subject to call.
Moving right along, item 20, House Bill 1195, call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a bill that our committee has seen a few times and worked on with PERS. This is a PERS bill. It's designed to be a friendly, pro-retiree, pro-PERS member bill. I worked with the folks over at PERS this year to try to get this language right. Had some technicalities dealing with federal laws and regulations, but essentially what this bill would do, it's been blessed by PERS. We've gone over with them. It's actuarial sound, will do no harm to the system. This would just provide a member of PERS that is vested the ability to purchase an additional 3 years, and that person would have to pay both the employer's portion and the employee's portion to do that. That's an explanation of the bill.
Question. Gentleman from Kemper, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jimmy Gill.
Yes, sir.
I've had this question asked for the last couple of days. Say if you had 28 years on PERS and you buy your 3 extra years and put you at 31, can you turn around then and sell the 3 years back to PERS and get the lump sum?
Gentlemen, that'd be a question for PERS. I don't know if you can do that or not, but I will say this. I think my understanding of the way the regulations had to be worded, it doesn't let you buy years above either 25 or 30, depending on, which classification you fall into.
Okay, I just had a bunch of retirees call me about it, and they was like, well, if I can buy 3 years and then sell them back for more than what I paid for them, then that would be, everybody's going to do it.
I like the way you're thinking, gentlemen, but I don't think it's going to work that way.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
You yield?
Sure.
So was there any consideration to 5 rather than 3 years?
Like I said, we've been working on this bill for a few years, and it originally started as 5. But that's, again, there were some technicalities with federal regulations and federal law that were pretty complicated. And so PERS said we had to do it at 3 years.
So let me ask you this question. Is it a lump sum payment or a payment over 12 months?
We specifically put in the legislation that the member would have the option. They could pay it in lump sum, or they could pay it over monthly, quarterly, over that 3-year period, however they wanted to do it.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman would yield.
Yes, sir. Always.
Thank you, sir. How would this bill, if it passed, affect unfunded liability of PERS?
It would not affect it at all. We put the language in there that it's actuarial based numbers. And so, PERS would be receiving the same amount had that person stayed at work and actually worked those 3 years.
Okay, so the repayment would be, of course, with interest.
Yeah, it'd be based on actuarial numbers.
Okay, the actuarial numbers, would that be, that would be more than just the amount?
Gentlemen, that's up to the actuaries as far as the actual dollars, but yeah, my understanding is that number, it's not going to be cheap.
I got you. And this comes, of course, as a recommendation from PERS.
I wouldn't say they recommended it. They worked with me, and they have represented to me that this is language that they can live with, and they have blessed.
They have blessed it.
Yeah.
But they're not recommending it.
Well, I'm the author of the bill, gentlemen. They didn't say, hey, will you pass this? But they said, we think this could work. Let us work on it. Last year, we've met with them over the years, over the past year, and this is actually language that they came up with for the most part.
Okay. Now, you are aware that there is another PERS bill, House Bill 605, that's on the calendar?
I may have heard a little bit of something about that.
When you all consider this bill, did you consider any impact that House Bill 605 would have on the PERS system?
This bill, this is a totally separate issue than the issue that 605 deals with. It's completely different.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jim from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that the 3 years that the individual would have to buy back would be their high three.
They would be based on what they were making, is my understanding.
Currently, or like if they had a high-paying job but still work for the state at a lower-paying job, wouldn't they have to pay at the higher?
It goes in, that's when we say it's actuarially based. That's where the actuary has to actually calculate that number.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jim from Leak, Mr. Walker.
Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
How does this affect legislators?
I'm sorry.
How does this affect legislators?
It would affect every member of PERS the same. So whether you're a legislator or work for the city or school teacher, whatever.
And even we vote on it.
Sir?
Even if we vote on it, are we prohibited from voting on this?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge. I don't think there's any prohibition about us voting on PERS matters. All right. Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman, yield, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question one of my colleagues asked you as well. I have a question to ask about the retired teachers that were trying to continue to draw their PERS as well as continue to teach.
Yeah.
Did you see that 891 come through your committee?
I don't believe that bill was in my committee, gentlemen.
Pardon me?
I do not believe that bill was in my committee.
Can anything be added to this?
I have to go back and check, but I don't recall it.
I wish you would, because we have a lot of strong need for additional teachers, as you know, public school teachers primarily.
I understand.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman
Yes,
yield.
ma'am.
Do you have any idea how many people would be able to take advantage or benefit from this currently? Or is this just for one
Lady,
person or a few
If
hundred
you're a member
people?
of PERS, you would be able to take advantage of it. So however many people are members of PERS, I don't have that number with me.
So this isn't carved out for any specific constituent?
This would apply to every member of PERS equally.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Jim from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So does this buy up and would it include the extra that the legislature gets? Could you buy up the SLRP and the PERS, or?
To my knowledge, gentlemen, I don't believe this bill deals with SLRP, SLRP, just PERS.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1195. You in favor of the bill, vote aye. You're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Opposed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 104 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to go back to, if you'll allow, the gentleman from Oktibbeha, who has, I think he has his papers in order at this time, so if you recognize him.
Is he back again?
Chairman, you're recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we would go to number 21, House Bill number 1293, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bills up, move the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You may proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the public purchasing that requires state agencies to give a preference to Mississippi drones and prohibit purchases from China. I do have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Questions on the bill? Gentlemen, you're recognized for your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, if I could explain the amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, this will exclude universities and colleges from this rule. They do a lot of research, and the reason we're excluding them is when they're doing the research, they obviously need to purchase whatever issue that they have out there. So that's the reason for this amendment, is to give them that opportunity to do the research that they need to.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of amendment to House Bill 1293. If you're in favor of the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill, gentlemen.
That was my explanation of this bill. Move title sufficient to pass.
Don't see any questions. The gentleman moves. Title sufficient to pass. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, if we could go to number 5 on the Ways and Means calendar, that would be HB number 261, and make the usual motions.
Don't see any objection. The gentleman's, we're going back to item 5 on your Ways and Means calendar, House Bill 261. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the income tax. It's an income tax credit endowment fund. I do have an amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized to explain your amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was current law, and what we're doing is allowing this endowment to go from 500,000 cap to $1 million cap. The reason we're going to the $1 million cap is because there's been they've capped this out every year with businesses and what have you come into these community organizations and given them the over and above what they needed, and we're trying to get, to increase this income tax credit so that more and more people will be given this. This money goes to a lot of your local communities goes to their food pantries. There's all sorts of different things that this money goes to, but this is a tax incentive for that purpose, and that's the amendment, and frankly, that's actually what the bill does.
Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver, for what purpose?
Question.
You're recognized.
Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Does this include faith-based?
This includes any community endowment, and actually in the law, there's quite a few of these across the state. It may have some faith-based. I don't want to tell you it does or doesn't, but it's not directly tied to that.
Thank you.
Don't see any further questions. The question recurs on the adoption of the Amendment 1. If you're in favor of the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Title sufficient, do pass.
Gentleman moves title sufficient, do pass. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 261. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 3 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to HB number 850, that's number 8 on your calendar, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, move the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You may proceed, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, we have an amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized to explain your amendment. Okay, I got you. The gentleman from Simpson going to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, all this does is it strikes section 1 and 2 of the bill, original bill, and replaces the language to include all schools in the state instead of just the county of DeSoto. That's excellent. Y'all can't hear me? Okay, I'm sorry. What we're doing is we're striking sections 1 and 2 of the bill and inserting the new language, which includes all state schools on the tax levy.
Questions on the gentleman's amendment? Don't see any. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you. Gentleman Yield,
Yes, sir.
make sure I understand this. The way it is now, correct me if I'm wrong, school boards can ask for a certain levy and they have to get it up to the limit on their levy.
Up to 4 meals.
Okay. What this bill will do is if the school board asks for a particular levy, the Board of Supervisors can say yes or no. Is that what it does?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Barton. For what purpose?
Thank you. Will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Who's asking for this bill?
Well, I've had folks in my area have asked for it, and I've had other people in other parts of the state have, since they've heard about it, have come forward and told me, that they in support of this.
So the school board is now going to have to go to the Board of Supervisors who know nothing about education and get their permission to spend money at the school. So the board is now going to control the school's budget. I mean, is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir, that's a fair statement. I mean, they're going to have to go up there and present their budget just like everybody else does. And then the Board of Supervisors can either say, yes, we'll give you the 4 meals, or no, we're not going to give you 4. You're going to have to take 2 or not give them none that year. It's going to be left up to and the Board of Supervisors is your tax levy. Gentlemen, I know you know that because you are a former supervisor yourself, but I'm just trying to hold the board of school board accountable for their budget.
The school board, in my opinion, is the person who's responsible for that. Is that not the case?
Well, they're responsible for their budget. But, when they walk up there or when they go to the Board of Supervisors and say, we want to raise the tax mills on the citizens of whatever county they're in, 4 mills with no questions asked.
No, it's 4%.
Sir?
It's not 4 mills.
Well, that's the rate that I have, 4 millage or 4%.
4%, right. Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman,
Yes, sir.
So, gentlemen, would you allow, you want somebody to come in and take your authority away from you to vote in this body?
I'm sorry, do what now?
Do you want someone to come in and take your authority from you to vote in this body?
I don't mean this in any harm or any way, but I don't think that has anything to do with what this bill is.
Well, gentlemen, I'm glad you said that. Why would you?
Mr. Speaker, we're going to move to table this particular bill.
Oh, he's going to table it. Let him table.
On the amendment, lay the amendment.
Gentleman's motion is to lay the bill on the table, subject to call. Is that correct? You heard the gentleman's motion. If you're in favor of the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill's laid on the table. Insufficient number. Gentleman from George, Mr. McLeod.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Would the House members look in the South Gallery and help me make welcome the Stone County Middle School Student Council and their teachers, Ms. Davis and Ms. Creel.
Welcome to your capital today. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we go to item 9, HB number 396, and call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You may proceed, gentlemen.
We have a committee amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, the committee amendment puts a repeater in this particular bill. That's my explanation of the amendment.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the House to join me in welcoming my mama, Kendra, to the chamber. So please join me in welcoming her.
Welcome. Gentleman's explained the amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of amendment number 1 to House Bill 396. If you're in favor of the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Ladies and gentlemen, all this does is it's a tourism project sales tax incentive program. We're putting the repeater in that so that we can continue to work on it. That's my explanation of this. This is just a work in progress, so that's my explanation. Title sufficient to pass.
Don't see any questions. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 8 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the gentleman from Octibaho says he's done. We would go to item 23 at this point in time, House Bill 1136. Call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You may proceed, gentlemen.
This is the gentleman from Jackson's bill, but I see he is predisposed at the back of the chamber at the moment, so I'll do it for him. This is our motor vehicle license tag bill that we always have. We're going to keep alive this as it goes throughout the process in case anybody need to tag onto it. No pun intended.
Don't see any questions, gentlemen. Gentleman moves final passage on the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
We move to item 24, House Bill 1140. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, would you recognize the gentleman from Jackson to handle the bill?
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. House Bill 1140 is relatively simple. As most of you know, we have what's called a three-tier system for the malt beverage industry in Mississippi. This will simply protect the system that we have in place and prevent soft drink manufacturers and coffee manufacturers from getting a beer permit in Mississippi. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, the older I get, the harder it is for me to notice things sometimes. But in your case, this is different. I notice that pretty much every alcohol bill that comes on this floor that you present, and I was wondering, is it some kind of personal expertise or what, just like them or what?
Well, gentlemen, that's a very good question, and it is a personal expertise, but I'm sharing that expertise with the gentleman from Rankin, too.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate your honesty. Do you have a DUI practice by any?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a DUI practice by any chance?
I have a general practice, gentlemen.
With generals that get DUIs?
I have a general practice. It includes everything.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I think I missed part of your explanation there. But so tell me if I'm correct. If you are a manufacturer of this beverage, then you cannot be a seller of this beverage?
That's correct. The three-tier system consists of the manufacturer, the distributor, and the retailer. And you cannot have any type of vertical integration.
So it would be safe to call this the Tesla bill of beverages?
Well, I don't know about that, gentlemen, but it is a good bill. You need to vote for it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Yeah.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 81 yeas, 19 nays, the bill passes. And you didn't get the gentleman from DeSoto's vote, gentleman from Jackson. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think he was holding his breath, Mr. Speaker. If we can skip down to item 27, House Bill 217, I would call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You may proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill deals with taxes levied by commissioners of a water management district. This would just give the Board of Supervisors a veto or the discretion to approve or not approve taxes that are requested from that district, tax increases.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any. Gentleman moves final passage. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I missed this explanation. What are we giving these guys?
So right now, the law is the water management districts have the ability to basically levy taxes. This would give that would have to run through the supervisors, and supervisors would have to bless that.
So give me an example of somebody that needs to have their taxes levied by a water commission.
Well, in certain water districts, my understanding is that the current law is that they can actually put on millage on real property. This would just say that has to run through the Board of Supervisors to give final approval. Right now, they can do it without approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Don't see any further questions. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
We're going to skip again, Mr. Speaker, down to item 29, House Bill 631. I'll call that bill up, make the usual motion.
We're moving to item 29, House Bill 631. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, I would recognize the gentleman from Tishomingo. I don't see him. This is his bill, if he wants to handle it. There he is.
Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 631 is brought to us from the Veterans Services Association, also Representative Byrd in the Petal area. Basically, right now under current law, a 100% disabled veteran can get a car tag for $1. We're going to down that to a 70%. Your minimum 70% non-permanent, you can get your car tags for at least $1. And that's the explanation of the bill. I'll take questions.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. I think this is a good piece of legislation. But what happens, so if you're disabled and you have a disabled rating, you're disabled. So why wouldn't we give consideration to all veterans, regardless if they got 10%, 20, 30, or 40? They gave the same, their injuries were the same as though any of those are 70 or 100%. Why we wouldn't be considered to all veterans?
That's a good question, gentlemen, and I appreciate you asking, but we have to have a starting point. You know, it has been 100% for years and years, so we're actually starting, hopefully, to downsize. But if you know you're a veteran, there's no 5%. So you have some veterans that are 65, 75. So basically, under current law, there's no 5%. So what we're doing is starting at 70, 80, and then 90 and 100. So this takes it down to 70. So come back next year and see me. Maybe we can get further. But the bill right now before us says 70% non-permanent disabled.
Gentlemen, do 70% disabled veterans support you more than 10% disabled veterans?
I would say not, no, sir.
Okay, so if a 10% veteran vote count the same as a 70% veteran, then why wouldn't they have the same rights?
I see where you're saying. I get what you're saying. You and I are friends, and we serve on this committee together. But this is the bill before us today, and I'd ask for your support for this bill. And
Jim, I'm actually going to vote for the bill. I'm not against you. I'm just trying to see.
I understand.
Why the vote of a 10% veteran would be different from the vote of a 70% veteran. I mean, all we are asking is that people be considerate of all veterans who are disabled. This might be the only break some veterans get.
I do understand your point there, but this is the bill before us that was drafted, and the deadline, of course, is passed. But I promise to work with you in the future on trying to get this down. But right now, the bill before us.
So why are we kicking the can down the road in this election year, gentlemen? This would help us.
I understand.
I'm just, I don't want to be contrary about this, but I do think a 10% veteran has as much value as a 70% veteran. And I know that you are a considerate, compassionate man.
Yes.
So can we grind on this a little more as we go along this process?
I'll be willing to work with you. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr.
Gentleman moves final passage. Question occurs on House Bill 631. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
One more item, Mr. Speaker, item 30, House Bill 1375. I'll call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, gentlemen.
This is a bill that we discussed yesterday in committee. This bill, and there was a few questions, but just basic explanation. When a city annexes property, the law currently states that it shall provide basic services, water, sewer, if you will, to that new annexed area within a reasonable amount of time. That is been some debate and through case law and other areas where what does a reasonable amount of time mean? This bill would codify that reasonable in that situation means 3 years. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
So a municipality in my area annexed territory.
Right.
Okay. Then COVID came along. Prices doubled. Back order, everything on back order. More than 3 years have elapsed at this point.
Yep.
They're still working on providing sewer. So annexation overturned?
Not automatically, gentlemen. There'd be a process that currently the process could happen anyway. Any taxpayer could file a petition and request that be done with the court. But this just would define what the reasonable time frame is. So every situation, every city is going to be fact determinative. I mean, if your city is showing good faith and actually starting the work, I think that would go a long ways in influencing what a judge does in that situation. But that's just my take on it.
But does the bill, as it's written, does it have a provision in there for exigent circumstances, or is it just 3 years and it's a hammer?
I wouldn't call it a hammer, gentlemen. It still has to go back before the court. So the court is going to have some discretion there, I think, to take all that into consideration and do the right thing.
Now, sewer services would not be collected unless they actually have sewer. Now, they'd be provided police, fire protection. Is that correct?
I think police and fire protection should be a given. I'm not aware of any situation where a municipality is not providing police or fire protection in their boundaries. But water, sewer, yes, I am aware of situations where cities have taken annexed places and not provided water and sewer, and those landowners have been paying taxes for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And, the city's response is, well, if you want to build on your property, then you have to pay to bring water and sewer there. Well, that taxpayer may have been paying taxes in the city for 20 years, so 10 years, whatever the situation may be. It's just a taxpayer-friendly bill. Again, it's already law that it has to be done within a reasonable amount of time. There is a case law out there that suggests that it should be, that 5 years, it should be done within 5 years. This would just codify it as 3 years. As this bill goes on the process, I'm certainly willing to look at if it needs to be 4 years. I don't know. But we need to answer those questions, I think, for cities so they'll have a clear idea of what they need to do.
Well, my thought process was police and fire are paid for by ad valorem taxes.
It's certainly part of city services.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas sewer services, water services are paid by fee once you receive those services, right?
Their usage, yeah, that's my understanding.
So you're not paying for those services if you don't have those services, but you are paying. So my other question would be, what would happen if I've been paying ad valorem taxes for 3 years and then the annexation is overturned? What happens to that tax money?
That's a good question. If I was your lawyer, I'd ask the court to give me my money back if the services were never provided to me. But you may not win that request.
And the other question is this retroactive, or is it for annexations that take place after this?
My understanding, gentlemen, is that it would apply currently.
Currently.
Yeah. So if there's a situation right now where property was annexed 10 years ago, but services hadn't been provided to those landowners, give me just 1 second.
Hey.
So, gentlemen, there is a procedure, I'm sorry, for future ones. Now, again, it's already law. Most annexation plans, everyone that I've seen has the word reasonable time frame built into the annexation plan, which is adopted and made part of a court order. This particular legislation will require that annexation plan to actually state we'll do it within 3 years.
I guess, would you agree with me, though, that the word reasonableness would take into effect for sure exigent circumstances, of which there are probably many,
I don't disagree with that.
My only concern is putting
Yeah.
the number of years on there that, you know,
Well, is that the statute, as I just pointed out, would require, if this is enacted, it would require as part of the annexation plan. So that city, the city doesn't just wake up tomorrow and say, I want to annex, an additional 10 square miles. That city has a plan. And as part of that plan, bringing services to that annexed area is part of the plan. Or else the city shouldn't be annexing that area. So it's all kind of wrapped up in together with the city's plan. There may be some cities who have annexed property in the past who didn't have a plan as they should, or they maybe didn't follow the plan. I don't know. But in those situations, what you have are taxpayers that have been taxed every year on their property but have not been brought the basic services.
thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Weathersby.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Rankin delegation, would you help welcome the Rankin Leadership Group in the South Gallery?
Welcome. Good to have y'all with us at the Capitol today. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner. For what purpose?
Question, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Gentleman Yield,
Yes, sir.
just for clarity, so if a municipality is currently ongoing the annexation process,
Right.
this bill, if it becomes law, affect that city also?
Gentlemen, I'm looking to see the effective date is July 1, which is typical. I would make an argument, if I was involved in that particular situation, that this is certainly the intent of the legislature, and that it should apply. These are all approved by the courts, so whether a judge actually does that or not, I can't answer that. That would be up to the judge to make that determination, as far as if it ends up being part of the plan or not.
So if it's not occurring part of the plan, then
Well, if they're in the middle of it, I guess it would depend on when they're actually going before the court and the current time frame in that situation. So it could be part of it, but what I'm telling you is that current law, case law, is that reasonable is 5 years. Okay, let me back up. It doesn't say it has to be 5 years. It just said in that particular case that I'm referring to is that 5 years has been found to be reasonable, or unreasonable if you want to say it the other way. If it's been more than 5 years, the city should have already brought services. So this would just codify what that reasonable time frame is.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Stamps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
We would. Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, in a situation where a city does not provide water services but do provide fire and police support, would it hurt this city in this endeavor?
No, I don't think it would hurt the city. I mean, again, the city, I don't know if there's any cities out there that are saying, I'm going to annex this property, but I'm not going to bring water and sewer to it. There may be some situations. I've heard of a few across the state, but
I represent the city of Byram. Sure. They don't provide the water service for their city.
Right.
But they do provide quality fire and police support, and this would stop them from being able to annex further.
No, I don't think it would, gentlemen. I mean, every situation is case specific. I don't know exactly what Byram does or how the citizens of Byram get their water, but I would say in 99.9% of all the cases in cities across the state, the city's responsible for providing water and sewer to its citizens.
What about in annexed areas where other entities provide the water and the city does not provide it, whether they're annexed in an area that is covered by a rural water association or some other type of water provider?
It's fact determinative. This is not, you got to do this. There's nothing that requires a city to go start a water program if they don't have one. Okay. Right. But again, I'm not aware of cities where, even Byram, I don't know what they do, but I assume they have some type of rural water or private water system that they contract with to provide those services.
Right. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese.
Gentlemen, you yield?
Sure.
In a situation of a city annexing where they're providing water, but the existing sewer service, maybe a rural area such as septic tanks, treatment plants, whatever.
Yeah.
Is there a provision that would allow the city to just adopt the existing sewer that's there as opposed
Yes,
to
gentlemen,
providing?
my understanding, that would be part of the plan. If the city's annexing property, but if it's not, if I heard you, if it's not an annexation, then this wouldn't apply.
Well, as they annex, for instance, my neighborhood,
Yeah.
we're on a treatment plant that's working just fine. The city could annex and provide water, but we have a sewer system that's functioning properly.
Right.
Without sewer infrastructure for the city to take over. Could the city just adopt the sewer system that's in place?
I think that would be part of the master annexation plan. As part of it, before a city can annex property, they've got to come forward with a master plan. And they've got to provide notice and get it approved by the court as how they're going to provide the basic services such as water, sewer, gas, those types of things.
Okay.
So I think the court would consider that. And again, as long as they're providing those basic services, I think they would be in compliance.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Gentleman Neal,
Yes, sir.
I noticed you just mentioned two words, basic services.
Yeah.
Can you define basic services?
Well, I would say fire, police, water, sewer, gas are the ones that come to mind right off the top of my head.
If a municipality expands its municipal limits, and in my case, many, many years ago, my municipality extended its corporate limits, and it took me in, personally, into the city. At that particular point in time, I was on a rural water system. If I were dissatisfied with the quality of water I was getting in the rural water system, and I demanded to be put on the city water system now that I was annexed, would there be a problem with the franchise issues in that particular situation?
I don't think so, gentlemen. I don't know. Normally, the Public Service Commission does not normally get involved in the middle of city water systems. But no, I wouldn't think so as long as there was access there.
So you're saying I could not get on the city water?
No, you asked if there would be a problem. I wouldn't see a problem as long as the city was providing it.
But the city's not providing it. I'm on rural water system.
Okay.
I'm on a total different water system that has a franchise for this particular area.
Right. So, but you are provided, you have water at your house,
I am
right?
provided water, but not by the city. My question is, would I be able to have the annexation rebutted or voided because the city is not providing me the water I want?
I don't think so, gentlemen. Again, it's got to be part of the plan. It's the same thing I told the gentleman from Lafayette. You got to present the plan to the judge, the court. The judge has got to take everything into consideration and it's fact determinative.
Okay, gentlemen, you mentioned the plan. So you're talking about the ordinance that has to be passed prior to the annexation request going forward. So when the Board of Aldermen or City Council and the mayor make a decision to annex a certain property, there is an ordinance passed. Am I correct?
I would call it an annexation plan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So as long as they don't put anything in that plan that they don't feel like they can do in the next 3 years, then we should be okay. So if they put in, for instance, if they put in that plan, city XYZ is going to annex this particular area, and we will provide police protection, we will provide fire protection, we will provide road maintenance, culvert maintenance, and ditch maintenance, and that's all they put in that ordinance, then would that all, the only thing they would be liable for in this particular bill?
Gentlemen, again, it's going to be fact determinative by the court. But if they would put that in the plan, and then if they put that in the plan and they don't do it, that's where the liability comes into
And that's
play.
my point, gentlemen.
Yeah.
If they leave water out of the plan, then they shouldn't be held accountable if they don't provide water.
Well, again, that would be up to the judge approving the plan at the time. If I'm a judge and you want to come annex all this area, but you're not going to provide the people, the taxpayers in that area, water, I'd have a problem with that if I was a court.
Well, gentlemen, back to my argument, you can't provide water in a different franchised area. It's already got water provided by another franchised entity.
I see what you're saying about franchises, but that's part of the plan, and that takes into consideration that you may have to go before the PSC and change the franchised area and have that approved, or there may be some compensation that needs to be had between the city and the private water association. But again, all that would be incorporated into the plan.
Thank you for your question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. Tubb.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, you yield?
I would, yes.
So basically, this is taking our annexation process from a 5-year to a 3-year?
Sir, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Basically, this is taking, most annexations they're required to provide services within 5 years?
No.
And this is going to take it to 3?
The plans that I've seen say a reasonable time frame. A lot of these annexations end up in litigation, gentlemen. And what I'm referring to is a case from several years ago where the Supreme Court found that 5 years in that particular case where taxpayers had not been brought services in 5 years, that was unreasonable, basically, that the city should have done it by then. They didn't say 3 years is not reasonable. That just wasn't that was not the issue before the court in that particular case. But we do have case law that says we know you should do it within 5 years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Gill?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman, friendly question. This is an awesome bill. I want to thank you for bringing it up. This bill actually protects the people of Mississippi and not entities, but the people. But I want to apologize because it's kind of hard to hear over here with the new system and everything.
Yeah.
This bill would be retroactive, correct?
Gentlemen, it would go into effect July 1 the way it's currently written. We can look at it. There is some debate. I don't know that it specifically says it's retroactive, but in those situations, if I'm a taxpayer and this bill were to become law, I think you would have an argument there that, hey, look, the law says, a reasonable time frame has now been defined. You need to provide it. And I think most cities know that areas that they've annexed, they should already know they got to provide water and sewer to those areas, or they really shouldn't have annexed them.
Thank you, gentlemen. Awesome bill.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 1375. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 63 yeas, 43 nays. Bill fails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll hold that bill on a motion, please.
Gentleman moves to hold the bill on motion reconsider. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Thank you for your patience this morning.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, your ways and means yields.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will now go to the general calendar. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown, for what purpose?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Would you please allow me to change my vote, please? I'd like to change my vote, Madam Clerk, from yea to nay on House Bill 217. That's 217. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman requests unanimous consent to change his vote. Is there objection? I don't hear any. We'll proceed. Thank you, gentlemen. Chairman, you're recognized. We will go to the general calendar. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, House Bill 518. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentlemen, I see you've got a committee sub there.
Yes, sir, we do have a committee sub.
Gentleman calls the bill up. We moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman now calls up the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the committee sub indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on a committee sub, gentlemen. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the innovative grant that we passed last year. We did use COVID money last year, and so this year, because we have some other funds available, so we had to have a new statute. So that's why we created this bill. Last year, if you remember, we passed $25 million for the innovative grant program. There was $44 million in requests. So I will say that this is one of the most highly successful programs that we've had for our healthcare facilities in many, many years. So this is simply changing that statute where we can use other funds available. And again, clinics, FQHCs, anyone who is delivering healthcare will qualify for this type of grant. And that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 518. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2, House Bill 273. Call it up, make the usual motion. And we do have a committee sub, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman calls up the committee sub to be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on a committee sub, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is similar to what we passed in 2020. If you remember, we passed a grant program for hospitals and nursing homes, and we used COVID money. Basically, it was based on the licensed number of beds for each hospital. And so this is called the Healthcare Impact Grant Program. And so it's going to be the same usage based on licensed beds. So this will allow us to send money directly to our hospitals. And again, this sets up the grant program, but of course the funding through the appropriation will happen much later down the road. But this is the only avenue from the House side that we have to again send direct funds to the hospitals here in Mississippi. So that is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was out when you all voted on House Bill 1375. And I would like unanimous consent to vote no on House Bill 1375.
You don't need unanimous consent. You'll need to fill out the form to be registered to vote on that. If we could hold vote requests or changes until the end, I would appreciate it. We're going to work till about noon and then take a long break for lunch. So let's maintain order. Members are indicating they cannot hear the gentleman at the well. I don't see any questions on the bill, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Question now occurs on House Bill 273. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Somebody vote the chairman. Maybe he doesn't want to be voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 3, House Bill 584. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You may proceed, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is dealing with our FQHCs here in Mississippi. As you know, we have probably 19 or 20 of them that really provide a great access to our health care. And the current language with this statute says we cannot give them in excess of $4 million. And so we are working hard through the appropriation process to give our FQHCs more than $4 million this session. And so for us to do that and make it legal, we need to change that language and say not below $4 million. This would allow us to give them more than $4 million. And that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, Gentleman Hill.
Yes, sir.
That $4 million you just mentioned, that's for all.
Well, that's the total for the FQHCs that we give in the state. So now we have language that says we can give them more if that money is available.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Don't see any further questions.
I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves final passage. Question now occurs on House Bill 584. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Okay, we're going to break for lunch after we take a roll call vote on this. So we'll go by the morning roll call. Please stand up if you want to be recorded as a no on this bill, House Bill 584. Please stand, and the clerk's going to take note of that. So please sit down if you want to be voted as yes. If you're a no, would you press your mic button and she can see on the screen then who we've got? It's not working either. I think the clerk's got all the no's. Okay. By a vote of all yeses and I believe 3 or 4 no's, Mr. Brown, Representative Brown wants to be recorded as a no as well, gentleman from Monroe. So we'll record him as a no as well. The bill passes. Okay, we're going to break for lunch. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, we will recess until 2 o'clock, and maybe the techies will get in here and they can get us going. I would recognize the gentleman for the motion. It doesn't work. Gentleman moves the House stand in recess until 2 p.m. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House is in recess until 2 p.m. I believe the gentleman. Omelet Day at Galloway next door is what the chairman of AG's trying to tell y'all. And the optometrists are at the old Capitol Inn, the lady from Lincoln says. So you can either have an egg or your eyes looked at. Figure it out. House will stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Y'all ready? Are we going back to the general calendar? Please let the House come back to order. We will turn to the general calendar. It looks like we left off on item 4, public health. Yes, sir. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, of the House, I'd like to go to item number 4, House Bill 478. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we do need to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please recognize the lady from Forest?
Lady from Forest is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 478 is an act to provide an occupational therapy license compact for the state of Mississippi to enter into that with other states who also joined the compact. 22 states are currently a part of this compact, including all of our neighboring states, Alabama, Tennessee, Louisiana, Arkansas. It makes it easier for occupational therapists to travel to Mississippi to provide services, and it's easier for our occupational therapist licensed in Mississippi to travel to other states. All the standards would be the same in the compact, provides greater access to care, and just a really good health care bill. That is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions on this really good health care bill?
Move final passage.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. House Bill, question occurs on House Bill 478. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I asked the House to help me welcome my former supervisor sitting in the North Gallery, Dr. Johnny Jones, who was once my boss there at Mississippi Valley State over student affairs, and now he's the higher education professional policy advisor. Let's make him welcome.
All right, next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to calendar number 5, House Bill number 854, and make the usual, call it up and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 854 has been brought to us by the Marriage and Family Therapist here in our state. They're just asking for a few brief changes to their Practice Act. One would be to change the clinical hours from client contact hours from 500 to 300 hours. That puts us in line with our neighboring states. They also want to add another accrediting entity to provide for 2 different accreditation agencies. Both are equally reputable, and it would just provide another accrediting agencies so that the marriage and family therapists have 2 pathways for accreditation. That is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? I don't see any.
Move final
machine,
passage.
Madam Clerk, question occurs on House Bill 854.
Thank you.
If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 6, House Bill 522. Called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You got a committee sub.
Yes, sir. Do you have a need to adopt the committee sub? Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker?
moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Warren?
Gentleman from Warren recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a wastewater disposal bill. It's a renewal bill. We're just renewing it for 5 years. All this does is allow for people to get individual septic tanks. That's my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 522. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 7, House Bill 259. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do need to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Rankin?
Gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, it removes the repealer on radiation techs, continuing education credits, and it allows them to continue their CE credits indefinitely. And that's my explanation of the bill.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 259. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 8, House Bill 557. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the senior gentleman from Rankin?
I don't think he is the senior guy.
Just on the committee. House Bill 557, all we're doing is increasing the rural scholarships for the dentists from 3 to 6. But I'll be glad to keep talking if you need me to.
What you want?
Pass the bill.
You done?
I'm done. Any questions?
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 557. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Is everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas, 5 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, could I take up 3 more bills which would have all the public health bills done for the day?
Any objection? I don't hear any.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 126, House Bill 989. Called up, make the usual motion.
126. 989. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have a committee sub that we need to adopt.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Harrison?
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 989 comes by request of the Mississippi Department of Child Protective Services and the Mississippi Department of Human Services with the intent to allow CPS to function as an independent agency and to no longer fall under DHS. In 2016, the Mississippi Legislature established CPS as an independent agency and provided that the agency may function as a division of the Department of Human Services on a temporary basis. As a result, the two agencies entered into an MOU for shared services for DHS to provide the necessary services for CPS to function. CPS and DHS have now worked collaboratively to develop a proposal to complete the separation of the two agencies. Some key reasons for the separation are as follows. Number one, as an independent agency, CPS will be able to follow its own cost allocation program, which will allow them to draw down on $5 to $7 million additional dollars for federal funding. Number two, they will be in better compliance with the Olivia Y litigation. Number three, as an independent agency, CPS will have a better control over their programs, and the separation will allow CPS to serve their clients more effectively and efficiently. And number four, CPS and DHS jointly commissioned a shared services review report which showed that the separation was in fact timely and that CPS is in a position to act as an independent agency. And this bill does contain a 3-year repealer. Mr. Speaker, that concludes an explanation of the bill.
Any questions? Jump to Shamingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yule.
Yes, sir.
We are not, they're going to still be a state agency paying into PERS, correct?
Correct.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 989. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 102 yeas and 9 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 127, House Bill 793. Call up, make the usual motion.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do need to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Jones?
Gentleman from Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 793, and basically what it does, it allows the State Department of Health to construct and maintain a memorial for emergency medical services personnel that lost their lives in the line of duty. This will be located up on Highway 55 North at the UMC helicopter pad, emergency medical services building up there. The fire department has one, the police and sheriff's law enforcement have one, and they have asked us to form one for emergency medical services personnel that have lost their lives. That concludes my explanation, sir.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 793. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 128, House Bill 1392. Called up, make the usual motion.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Covington?
Gentleman from Covington, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1392 would create a vulnerable adult abuse registry. These would be people who have been convicted of exploitation or neglect or abuse of a vulnerable person. There would be a registry housed at DHS, and long-term care facilities would have access to it, as well as the public if they requested access through DHS. That'd be for if you're hiring a sitter for an elderly relative or something like that. This is something you would want to cross-reference with. And there would be a procedure that DHS would establish for removal from the list. And that is a description of the bill.
Questions? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman, you.
Yes.
So now, in order for a person to be put on this registry, this list, and I just want to make sure they have to be convicted of a crime of abuse?
That is one, yes. Those convicted would be, there's also a stipulation that is trying to catch those who might have been pleaded down to a lesser crime. They can be added. The Attorney General's office could do that. And that's something I'm okay with taking out if we want to do that in the process. But that's another class that could potentially be added, yes.
Right. I guess my concern is somebody who was not convicted of that crime, and this is going to be public, correct? That's what you just said. It's going to be open for public viewing.
Under the way it's written now, you would have to request access. So it's not like a website, like a sex offender registry. It would not be like that. There would be a registry that you would have to request access to, and the access would be temporary in nature.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Jim from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So following up with the gentleman from DeSoto's question, I'm reading this to indicate, as he said, that there's not a requirement that the individuals added to this registry be convicted of a crime. And I believe you said, you answered that in the affirmative. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a mechanism in this bill to provide for a removal process?
Yes. It requires DHS to promulgate rules and regulations for removal from the list. My suggestion to them, this is modeled on a law from Alabama, but my suggestion to them was that maybe after a certain number of years, somebody could be taken off.
But in subsection B, well, I guess it's 1B, the AG's office just has to make a finding that they be added to this list. And this would preclude individuals based on that determination by one state agency from being able to work in nursing homes or in healthcare professions. Is that correct?
I don't know that it says they can. I think it says that the care facility has to be, has access to it, but it probably would have that effect.
That's what, so it's safe to say that if you're on a vulnerable abuse list, you're
most
probably
likely
not getting a job. Okay. All right. Would you be opposed to an amendment moving forward to remove that section?
I'm perfectly fine with that.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1392. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 101 yeas and 8 nays. Bill passes. Next item. Actually, we're going back to page 4, item 9, agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 9, House Bill 232. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Union to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 232 is a request to move the regional dairy show from Lee County to Pontotoc County. Each fall in the state of Mississippi, there are dairy shows held across the state in each region. Since 2008, there are no more dairy farmers in Lee County, and there are plenty in Pontotoc. So the Extension Service asks that we solidify that move from Lee to Pontotoc County. This request comes from Extension Service endorsed by Mississippi State and the Department of Agriculture. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open
Move for final
machine,
pass.
Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 232. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 113 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 10, House Bill 256. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Chickasaw to explain the bill.
The gentleman from Chickasaw is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 256, this just extends a repealer saying that the Mississippi Boll Weevil Management Corporation must submit an annual report to the Mississippi Department of Agriculture. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 256. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas and 0 nays, Bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 11, House Bill 363. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
We have a committee sub, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to yield from the gentleman to Pearl River to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is simple. It provides just a few technical amendments for the Department of Agriculture. The first one would protect the identities of the law enforcement officers attached to the Department of Agriculture. We traditionally do that for most law enforcement agencies. We don't allow a public records keeping of our police officers who put themselves on the line every day. The second amendment would allow for those retired officers with the Department of Ag to keep their sidearms upon retirement. That is a short explanation of this legislation. I will yield for any questions.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say that the first part is to not release the names of the officers?
Yes.
Or to not disclose the names of the officers?
Yes.
Why? Why would we not want to aren't they public employees?
Hold on just a second. They're contract officers with the fairgrounds.
That are paid by taxpayer funds?
Yes, probably.
So that would make them public employees under contract?
Contract, probably, yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. The question occurs on House Bill 363. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 94 yeas and 17 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 12, House Bill 484. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
Do we have a committee sub, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. This is a petroleum inspection law by Department of Agriculture, who inspects all gas stations, diesel pumps, and related items, and this simply deletes the repealer on it.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 484. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Agriculture leads the floor, sir.
All right. We'll go to item 14 then, Military Affairs.
How do y'all sit up here? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 675 and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes to us from the Mississippi Veterans Affairs Board. If you'll look, the new language is on line 30 through 35. Basically, the State Veterans Affairs Board shall have 30 days after a written notice of an appeal of a claim through a power of attorney in order to process the appeal of the claim. If the appeal time is less than 30 days, the Veterans Affairs Board may only advise the veteran with a claim. Under current law, ladies and gentlemen, if a veteran files an appeal, our Veterans our Veterans Service Board is able to help represent them on that, but we're asking the client to at least give them a 30-day notice. Otherwise, they can only advise the veteran of what their rights and what they can do. But this is just bringing into statute that they need a 30-day notice before they can represent them in this appeal situation. And I'll yield for questions, Mr. Speaker.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Yield.
Yes, sir.
What happens if the veteran, say the veteran has some form of mental health issue and is incapacitated for 15 or 20 days of that 30 days? Is there and they need representation?
Yes, it says, yes, gentlemen, on lines 32, it says through a power of attorney. So their power of attorney, or if the veteran does not contact them, their power of attorney or someone representing them can contact the Veterans Board, and they will provide representation. If it's earlier than 30 days, they can only advise the veteran of what to do.
Okay.
Move
I
final
don't see any
passage.
further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 675. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By 116, 15 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 677, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from DeSoto County to handle the bill.
Gentleman from DeSoto is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is very simple. Just we're addressing something in this bill for the County Veteran Service Office Board. We're just making a change in here. If you look on line 26, County Veteran Service officers shall be honorably discharged or honorably released veterans, the surviving spouse or child of any veteran. Well, the change we made in this was living or deceased. So any of those people can serve, whether the veteran was living or deceased. So that's the only change to this bill. Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 677. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 16, House Bill 1039, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Marshall to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring before you House Bill 1039. This bill is dealing with the issuance of occupational licenses for military personnel. And all we did to this bill is to look on line 34 and 35, we just added the word veterans. As it currently stands, for the issuance of license, it applies to active military and their dependents. And we wanted to include veterans in this bill also. So that's the change we made. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I yield for any questions.
Any questions? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1039. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 17, House Bill 1235, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Rankin to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1235
passed this House unanimously last year. And so what it does is it authorized state agencies to grant up to 6 days of administrative leave with pay for a 6-month period. The bottom line is if we have an aircraft go down or a hunter get lost or somebody get lost, they go out and spend their time looking for these folks, and this is just a way, if they're from a state agency, to get paid for it. That's my explanation.
Questions? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, can you let them know the importance and who pays for the fuel when it comes to this air patrol, please?
Yeah, Civil Air Patrol usually is their own aircraft and own airplanes, and they pay their own expenses.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1235. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. Next item, workforce development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 18, House Bill 588, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you recognize the gentlelady from Madison to handle the bill.
Lady from Madison is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill extends the repealer on the Mississippi Workforce Training and Education Act. That's all it does. It extends it to 2026. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 588. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman Union, you have an introduction you wish to make?
Yes, sir. We have 3 talented young ladies from Holmes Community College. They all 3 play soccer, and this fall played for the national championship. Unfortunately, they came up just short. Bree Lopez, Tylen Rimmel, and Josephine Pittman. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
All right, next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I go to House Bill number 842 and ask that you call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you recognize the gentlelady from Hines to handle the bill.
The lady from Hines is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 842 would authorize the Office of Workforce Development to partner with an organization called the Mississippi Alliance of Nonprofits and Philanthropy. And what this partnership would do is to assist nonprofit organizations that receive funding for workforce development with capacity building, technical assistance, other information that they need in order to accomplish outcomes within the grant that they have been approved for.
Questions? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady Yield.
Yes, sir.
Does this group, those alliances and stuff, receive any money from TANF for those workforce development programs?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Have those groups had any audits in regards of them being good stewards over the money and stuff which they've been receiving?
At this point, if I'm not mistaken, they don't receive state funding.
Okay, so would you be willing to put something inside of that piece of legislation to ensure that they have an audit to prove that they've been prudent and good stewards over the state dollars?
So I believe the legislation provides that after the prototype system is created, that they would be providing a report to the legislature.
Okay, I just want to make sure that anybody we're getting to do business with have audits so we don't have the same debacle we've had with TANF funding, because we give a lot of TANF funding to workforce development and they've not been good stewards in the past, so thank you.
I'm with you on that. final
I
passage.
don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 842. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 20, House Bill 843, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Hines to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Hines is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 843, this simple bill authorizes MDES to fingerprint and conduct background investigation on certain employees or all employees. This authorization is needed needed in order to comply with the Internal Revenue Service directive that MDES must have statutory language that authorizes it to fingerprint and conduct background investigation on every employee, contractor, and subcontractor who has the access to federal tax information. If this agency does not obtain said statutory authority, the IRS would deny MDES access to the federal tax information, and that's the explanation of the bill. I will yield for any questions.
Questions? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman yield.
I do, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just looking at the word certain employees, and I was wondering how is that defined, but you said in your dialogue a moment ago that every employee would be subject to this. So which is it, certain employees or every employee?
I think it's just certain employees on this bill.
What certain employees would that be?
It's anybody that has access to the federal tax information. I'm sorry. Yes. Anybody has access to federal tax information. I said the employee, contractor, or subcontractor.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 843. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I go to item number 21, House Bill 845, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you recognize the Vice Chairman from Leak to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Leak.
Good afternoon. This bill basically provides a training assistance grant to provide support for community colleges in case the need arises. And what that means is if a company comes to Mississippi and needs training right away, we have a mechanism in place already that would just have to be funded. If a community college applies for this, they can say, this is what we can do, and this is how much it'll cost, and we have the infrastructure already in place. And I have an amendment at the proper time, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize for an amendment.
The original bill covers new companies. The amendment includes existing companies because chances are what will happen, a new company comes in, it may siphon off the employees of an existing company. So that company that lost its employees, it needs to be trained also. So the amendment covers new and existing companies for this training program.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 845. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to skip item 22 and go to item 23, House Bill 916. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Perry to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Perry, recognized.
I
all this bill does, if you go to the back of the bill, we actually changed the date to January 1st, 2023, changes the effective date. The act is to provide that non-charges caused by the COVID-19 shall not be used for the purpose of calculating the general experience rate for the unemployment insurance. Any questions?
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 916. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that we skip item 24 and go to item 25, House Bill 1301.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is the career coaching program that we did a pilot program on last year. It has been highly successful, and this makes it removes that pilot program and makes it permanent. And that's an explanation of the bill, and I have an amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment is just a tool that gives the career coaches a platform that enables them to help their students more find a career pathway or a college route, and that's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Criswell. Passes. All right. In favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Questions on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yale.
Yes.
I just wanted to know, you said it was highly successful. What criteria are you using and what are you using to call it highly successful?
Basically, the criteria we're using right now is the interactions that they've had with the industries, the employers in the community, and the students. I'm speaking when I say highly successful, the ones that have been doing it a little bit longer in the northeast part of the state, in the Tupelo and Etowah County area. We have roughly 70 career coaches there that are interacting with the teachers, the employers. They're doing mentorships. They're doing, I'm trying to think of the language, visits to the businesses, job shadowing, all of those types of things. So it has been proven successful. This program was modeled after the Create Foundation that's been doing this for several years, and it seems to be following in those footsteps.
But no direct objective data to show that there's better employment or anything like that. It's mostly subjective, just what you're observing.
Yes, no, sir, because right now those students are still in school.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1301. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, drug policy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to go to item 26, House Bill number 1158. Call up a committee sub, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
This is the bill to tweak the Medical Cannabis Act, and I also have an amendment. I'd like to go ahead and do it this time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is rather lengthy, but I'll explain it to the House. It is the language from the Mississippi Department of Public Safety regarding the language they need to conduct background checks. So I'm happy to read all of this, or if that's acceptable to the House.
Okay, any questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Yes, sir. I requested an update from the Mississippi Department of Health. So far, we have 149 practitioners who are licensed, 2,016 patients, 164 dispensaries, 1,118 work permits, 42 micro cultivators, 33 cultivators, 13 processors, 13 transportation entities, 5 disposal, 3 testing facilities, and 2 of those are actually testing. And I believe in fees, we've taken in $6 to $8 million, which was about the amount that we appropriated last year to get them started. So already kind of broken even as far as the startup cost. In looking at the bill, I met with the Department of Health, Department of Revenue, Department of Public Safety, with the Senate. And so these are the tweaks that I want to go through one at a time that are in the bill. First of all, lines 112 through 116, to provide that no patient shall be required to submit to a drug test prior to receiving a certification for a medical cannabis card. Secondly, lines 117 to 121, to authorize a practitioner to assist a patient in registering for a registry identification card with the Department of Health after the practitioner has issued a written certification to the patient. Thirdly, lines 149 to 153, to provide that practitioners are not required to have any additional qualifications to be authorized to certify a qualifying patient for a registry identification card other than the requirements for practitioners under the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act. Next, lines 154 to 156, to provide that practitioners are not required to be registered to certify patients with any state agency or board other than the Mississippi Department of Health. Next, lines 160 to 163 and lines 768 to 774, to authorize any topical cannabis product that is purchased by a dispensary from a licensed processor that is not ingested by the liver to be sold to a card holder or any person over the age of 21 years old who is not a card holder. Such products should be placed in an area of the dispensary that does not require access with a registering identification card. So products that are hand creams and things of that nature, things that are not taken in through the mouth, would be sold that way. Next, line 171, to provide that a medical cannabis written certification issued by a practitioner shall be valid for 6 months, immediately preceding the date of application. That used to be 60 days, removing it to 6 months to give them that much time to fill their certification. Next, line 325 to 334, to cap the cannabis cultivation tier 6 to not more than 150,000 square feet. Such cannabis cultivation facilities shall not have more than 2 locations. However, the total canopy space of both locations combined may not exceed 150,000 square feet. Next, a practitioner may have an ownership interest in a medical cannabis establishment, but shall not refer patients to a facility in which he or she has an ownership interest, lines 390 and 392. Next, lines 551 to 555, if a dispensary license is issued to an applicant that is still constructing the licensed premises, the applicant must complete construction and fulfill all obligations required by the Department of Revenue to open for business within 18 months. That used to be 12. Next, lines 580 to 584, any cannabis that contains less than 0.3% of THC that was addressed by the 2018 Farm Bill shall be exempt from regulations applicable to cannabis disposal entities licensed under this chapter. So things that they're having to dispose of that the hemp farm down the road is disposing of in the exact same way, they're going to be treated the exact same way. None of these things have THC in them. None of them are a danger, and they shouldn't have to pay to dispose of those particular things. Lines 587 to 608 require a prospective employee to undergo a fingerprint-based background check, which is part of the amendment, to require a subsequent background check to be conducted if they do not start employment within 6 months. To authorize dispensary websites to display pictures of the products that the dispensary sells, only the dispensary, not the cultivators or processors or anyone else. Lines 921 to 923, to prohibit any state agency or board from implementing any rule, regulation, policy, or requirement that is contrary to the provisions of the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act. Lines 929 to 932, to authorize licensing agencies to deny the application of any applicant who fails to meet the qualifications for obtaining such license and to establish certain appeals process for such denials. To provide that any investigation, fine, suspension, or revocation by a licensing agency shall be confidential and exempt from disclosure under the Mississippi Public Records Act, lines 978 to 981. With ongoing investigations, we are trying to keep those from being tried on the blogs. Lines 1023 to 1026, the addresses of prospective and licensed medical cannabis establishments shall be considered confidential and would not be placed on the Department of Health website. They're calling for mercy. If there are any questions, I'm happy to yield for questions. There is more. If you want to know what it is, I can keep going or we can stop. I yield for questions.
All right, gentlemen, yields for questions. Lady from Jones, Mr. Scott.
Well, the gentleman yield.
I will. I was worried that you weren't going to be here because I didn't see you over there when I got up here. But you made it back. I'm very thankful.
Okay, yeah. Listen, gentlemen, I want to be sure now on the medical card, we're not changing that a person goes to the doctor one time a year, right? We're not changing that, are we?
We are not changing that. We're making it easier for them in that the doctor is going to help them get certified with the Department of Health rather than them having to do it themselves after they get the certification.
Okay.
So we're making it a one-stop shop.
Okay. I would have been still in my office, but I had a constituent to ask that, and then another one wanted an amendment. So, you know, it's still qualified days.
Well, yeah, there you go.
I have an amendment.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Yes, sir. Do you yield?
Jones County is very interested in this bill.
That Jones County is interested in this bill.
Sure.
I yield.
After such a great lengthy discussion that you just gave, I wanted to make sure I understood. Are you saying that some of the topicals can be sold without having a card?
Yes, sir. I'm saying anything that doesn't make you high can be sold in the front of the dispensary to anyone over the age of 21. This would be like hand creams, ointments, things of that nature.
And those can only be sold in a dispensary? They can't be sold in a drugstore or convenience store?
Only in the dispensary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman. Okay. I don't see any further questions.
I move adoption.
Oh, you have an amendment? Okay. Lady from Jones has an amendment. You recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I had, when this bill came out on the calendar, I had a constituent of mine to call and ask me if I would offer this amendment. He is probably about fourth generation landowner and farmer in Jasper County. And he doesn't understand why he can't grow marijuana out in his fields. So this amendment allows for cultivation at Tier 7 for marijuana to be grown outside in the field. And I'm going to say to you what he said to me. He grows corn outside. He grows peas outside. He said he even got chickens outside. And he cannot understand why he cannot grow marijuana outside. So I told him I believe the House would let him do it. So I'm asking y'all to adopt the amendment.
Item recognizes the chairman to respond.
So I would ask you to oppose the lady's amendment. I know she means well for her constituent, but that's basically a recreational marijuana amendment. We are not allowing outdoor grow in our bill. We would like to see what our bill is. It took us over a year to get products available to be sold, and we're just now getting there. We don't have the data to really know what's going on. We're not allowing outdoor grow. There is no Tier 7. I don't even know what that would mean or what that would do. A Tier 6, which is the highest license we have, they pay $210,000 to have a license to do that. So a Tier 7, would be more than that if it were the same schedule 1 through 6, the way that we have. So I'd ask you to oppose the lady's amendment.
Recognize the lady to close.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all know that we've been growing marijuana outside in the state of Mississippi since the 1960s at the University of Mississippi in Oxford, Mississippi. And we all know that all of the marijuana that they grew in the beginning on the inside had to be destroyed because something was wrong with it. And so the people of the state of Mississippi are just saying, my constituent in particular, is that why, when we're an agricultural state, can't a product that can be grown in the ground, why can't Mississippi's farmers, instead of the well-heeled, the well-connected, and the well-to-do, being able to put up $5, $6, $2 or $3 million, but the average man out there that's got 25 or 30 acres, he can't grow marijuana. Well, I told him that I thought that in the people's house that they would give him an opportunity. So that's why I brought this amendment. Now, we created another tier. And so the gentleman will know we didn't put a fee on it. We just said if you want to grow marijuana in the ground, you can grow it in the ground. And you don't have to have a bank account as big as some of these big cannabis companies, that you can be just a regular Mississippian and you can grow marijuana in the ground. So I would ask you to adopt the amendment.
Question occurs on amendment number 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Move adoption.
All right, open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1158. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 105 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. People in the back are getting awfully loud. Y'all need to hold it down back there. All right, next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to House Bill 769, item number 27, and the gentleman from Pontotoc, Mr. Lancaster, will explain the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Chickasaw is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 769 is a bill that renames the Wildlife Management Area, formerly known as the Tuscumbia Wildlife Management Area, located in Alcorn County, Mississippi, as the Harvey Moss Wildlife Management Area at Tuscumbia. Harvey was a former state representative who represented Alcorn County for 28 years, from 1984 to 2012. Mr. Speaker, that is a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 769. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. Everyone, by a vote 112 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to item 28, House Bill 846. Bring it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
The
Opposed,
gentleman
nay.
from
The
Rankin,
ayes
Mr.
have
New-
it. What
Mr.
you want to do?
Newman will explain the bill.
Who?
Newman.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman. Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, 846 relates to 16 section lands. It prohibits county or municipal governments from enacting and using restrictive zoning ordinances that interfere with a school district's ability to use its 16 section land for construction and operation of educational or extracurricular activities. That's the description of the bill.
Question. Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to figure out is there an example that you've got of this, of what this bill does? I don't really understand.
I don't have a specific example, no, but I could see where it could occur, where a school district was trying to put some kind of facility for sports activities or something like that in a particular place on 16 section land, and a city or county being against it and trying to use zoning to stop it.
Right. So if it was, if they're trying to put something in an area that's zoned residential, and with this bill, then the county or city couldn't stop that. They could
Right.
put whatever
But we're
they
talking about
want.
16 section land. We're not talking about just something someplace.
Okay, thank you. Seems bad.
Final passage.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 846. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to item 29, House Bill 874, and make the usual motion.
All right, we'll get right on that. Gentlemen, close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 103 yeas and 8 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman goes to item 29, calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup, will explain the bill.
Gentleman from Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is House Bill number 874. This bill provides some clarifying language to some legislation that was originally adopted back in 2014, which authorized the Department of Archives and History to transfer certain state-owned property to Claiborne County to the National Park Service within the U.S. Department of Interior by making certain that the entire parcel of the old Magnolia Church property in Claiborne County is transferred to the National Park Service. In 2014, only one tract of the property, or approximately 1.84 acres, was transferred when both tracts should have been transferred. This bill just simply brings the law into conformity, the intent by the authorized Archives and History to convey the remaining 1.2.9 to the National Park Service. And that's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 874. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to item 30, House Bill 876, and the gentleman from Marion will explain the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this actually is a little bit of cleanup language that was in a bill doing with the Columbia Training School last year, and it got taken out on the other end of the hall. And what it states is to authorize the Marion County Economic Development District to be reimbursed for all out-of-pocket money for expenses for water, sewage, roads, bridges, electrical, for any other property enhancements. And what it is, if you got some kind of industry coming in and they're going to want to purchase 200 acres of this land, let's say, the Marion County Development Partnership's going to get 50% of the proceeds, and Mississippi, the state of Mississippi is going to get 50% of the proceeds. And we're just asking that they help build the roads and bridges along with that. Any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 876. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to item 32, House Bill 877. Bring it up and back to use your motion.
Item 31, 877. Gentleman
31,
calls the
okay.
bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
And adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a simple bill. USM has a facility or has a building that was built, the Wicker Building down in the Mississippi, in the state port of Gulfport. And there's a lot of federal and state money in that. And all this does is give them authority, USM, to be able to buy insurance on that building. Right now, they're under an umbrella insurance policy down there, and it doesn't cover the cost of the building. So all this does is give USM an opportunity to negotiate and buy insurance on this building. If there's no question, I ask for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 877. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to item 32, House Bill 904. Bring it up and back to use your motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
The gentleman from Winston, Mr. Evans, will explain the bill.
Gentleman from Kemper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 904, all it does is transfer ownership of Kemper Lake from Tombigbee Valley Water Management Authority back to the Kemper County Board of Supervisors, and it gives them the authority to do whatever they want to with it. So, no questions, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
Questions? Gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir. Can't
Gentlemen,
wait.
in other areas where Pat Harrison has lakes, they have a buffer all the way around the lake where nobody can own property that touches it. Do you know if Kemper Lake is the same way?
It still has that buffer. Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Gentleman, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
If you become sheriff of Kemper County, are you this going to be in your jurisdiction?
Yeah, it's going to be in my jurisdiction. I'm going to have me a Marine Patrol, and I'm going to let you come work for it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 904. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to go to item 33, House Bill 917, and pass, and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
Any objection? It will retain its place on the calendar. Next item.
Our next item is item 34, House Bill 923, and the gentleman from Marshall will explain the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 923 is taking an existing fish hatchery we have located in Yalobusha County at Enid Spillway and renaming this the Coach Bob Tyler Fish Hatchery. Coach Tyler's been a great Mississippian. He coached Mississippi State football for years. He's been a great public servant. He ran our fisheries parks for years, and we're dedicating the hatchery to him. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 923. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to go to item 35, House Bill 1160, and pass.
Okay.
And the next bill we'll take up is item 36, House Bill 1286, and the gentleman from Kapow will explain the bill.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you have a committee sub. You want to adopt it?
Yes.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the bill names the Alcorn State University Extension and Research Complex as the Dr. Jesse Harness Senior Extension and Research Center. Dr. Harness had an impeccable record at Alcorn State University of accomplishments in extension and research. During his years of service, he made a significant impact on improving the lives and income of small life farmers and rural residents. He also worked closely with select members of the legislature in establishing the Small Farm Development Center, the Small Farm Loan Program, and also the Campus Research and Extension Center in Mount Bayou, Marks, and Preston, Mississippi. That explains the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1286. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes.
Public property yields the floor.
All right. Brings us to item 37, municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to House Bill 556, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the Vice Chair, gentleman from Smith, to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that we passed out last year is to create the Mississippi Home Corporation for the purpose of providing funding to local municipalities as far as cleaning up properties. And what it does is, there's no appropriation in this, but it can be funded through grants and loans and other funding, and it can be appropriated. The loans would be made below market interest rates to the municipalities. The payback would be made by the municipalities from a dedicated source of revenue for repayment of the loans, and that's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Questions? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
I will.
These properties that are going to be getting cleaned up, are they the property of the municipality or?
No, what it is properties that have been, well, I'll read the language to you. Number one is to establish a revolving fund, but it's to clean up properties that have basically been abandoned and become blighted and a danger and an eyesore to the municipalities.
But does the municipality have like ownership interest in it? Is it a private property or has it been in arrears?
It's basically private property that's been abandoned.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Gentleman from Tippah, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
Do you know the participation rate of municipalities in this revolving fund?
Give me 1 second. There has been none because we haven't funded anything and we're bringing it back over.
In the past, and I'm mentioning this because I know that the city of Starkville has had issues in the past of actually accessing the funding mechanism. We have plenty of dilapidated properties. But when it was time to actually go and apply for the funds,
I'm sorry, gentlemen, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Yes, the city of Starkville has had issues in the past of accessing this money. What would prohibit a municipality from accessing these funds?
Well, first of all is any appropriations because it has not been funded.
Okay. So, but this has been it has been funded previous to now, has it not?
Yeah. This was a bill that did pass out last year. It didn't make it through the Senate and died. We're bringing it back this year, and but there has never been any funding under this Mississippi Home Corporation.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
My question is that what type of burden would this put on municipalities? When you say there's no funding available, but the municipality goes in, they clean up this property, but there's nothing available in the fund for them. I mean, they're assuming that cost, correct?
I'm sorry. Are you saying the municipality is assuming that cost for the cleanup? That's correct. Currently, municipalities pay for this. What we're doing is we're establishing this corporation. Right now, there's no appropriation, there's no funding, and hopefully later on there'll be grants and other appropriations for this. And what would happen is that when the municipality gets ready to clean up, if they do not have the funds, they can make an application to this corporation to obtain funding. And it's kind of like a loan because there'll be a payback.
Okay. And my next question is that has a study or anything been done to talk to some of these mayors of these small towns that's going to assume this cost?
I'm sorry.
The mayors of these smaller towns who don't have the funding, have anything been done to let them know how they can approach that?
As far as obtaining funding?
Right.
Well, if we pass this and then we can get appropriations, then we would make something available to those small towns to fund this.
Okay. Thank you.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I want to make sure I got this correct. That's a revolving fund that the cities are going to utilize to clean up dilapidated properties.
That's correct.
Once the cities use these dollars to clean up those properties, the cost of that, is it connected to the property as far as when someone goes to buy the property, they have to pay that back themselves?
It is not.
So who is responsible to pay it back at that point?
The municipality would be.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 556. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 105 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 38, House Bill 693. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This is a simple bill. It's increasing the amount of a surety bond that you can get for your municipal officials. Currently, the maximum bond that your city council and alderman can get is $100,000, and we're just moving that up to $1 million. It's an option for that particular municipality, but some of our larger municipalities wanted the ability to buy a larger bond on their officials. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Go ahead, gentlemen.
What's the cost of this, and what's the negative if the city doesn't or not able to extend this to $1 million?
The cost will be up to the cost of the bond, depending on if they get 100,000 or 500,000 or whatever the municipal officials decide is proper amount, because you've got some of your larger cities that are handling millions and millions of dollars through ARPA funds or maybe bonds or just general revenue throughout the city. So it's a surety in case there's some misuse, misspending, or fraud or theft, or however you want to call it. And it's basically just a bond on that particular elected official. So it's up to the municipality to decide what they feel comfortable bonding their elected officials for.
And what happens if they don't have the $1 million bond, they only have the under? What's the danger that they're trying to prevent?
Well, in the event that there is misuse, misexpenditure of funds in excess of the amount of the bond, so assuming, let's say hypothetically, there's only a $100,000 bond on a particular council person, and they do something that is found that they're liable for $500,000, that bond would only cover up to that amount. It would be up to the courts to either go after some type of money judgment on the individual itself, or possibly even the city itself would be responsible, depending on the situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that this creates a liability that the individuals that we're going to give these higher bonds to will start to do things that are more expensive, like making decisions, frivolous decisions?
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, your municipal officials have an obligation to make decisions from the city, but I don't know that it would be any. I understand what you're saying. They feel like, well, I'm bonded to do this, but it's still, chances are, if it's going to be a breaking of the law regardless, so they're going to ultimately pay the price.
So what this bill would do is we're going to give them more coverage for making dumb decisions. Is that correct?
You're protecting the city and the taxpayers of that municipality in case that individual makes a dumb decision, is what you're saying.
So currently, just say if it's at the 100,000 and the individual does something that's up to 250, isn't it so that individual has to pay the remainder of that after the bond is done?
That would be up to the litigation in the court and what exactly transpired to create that obligation. It's a possibility the court could even expect the city to pay for it out of the general fund. It just depends on the situation. That would be a hypothetical that I could not answer.
Well, in this case, I think that it's giving them too much leeway to make some more dumb decisions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that very much. And gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Being a former city councilman myself in the city of Jackson for two or three terms, first and foremost, the city generally carries a tort fund, and a liability blanket policy to cover city officials, particularly the mayor and the councilman. Would this be in addition to that? Because they already covered under the tort and the liability umbrella policy that they maintain. And I'm just wondering about the need to have additional coverage.
It'd strictly be up to them to it's optional. It's not requiring anybody to do anything. It's just another option for that municipality to, in case they don't have a tort fund, as you said, City of Jackson has. You've got some cities that don't have that. So it's just another tool for them to cover their officials.
Well, I understand that. Well, what prompted this particular initiative?
If I understand, there's a city in North Mississippi that requested the ability to bond their council people at a higher rate due to the funds that they handle or the funds that they're responsible for.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, what city was that?
I honestly, I don't remember. It was up in your neck of the woods, but I can't.
Okay. Well, see, surety bonds are purchased from where?
It's through insurance companies.
Insurance
best I can tell.
companies. So
Yes.
that's a leading question. I know the answer. Shouldn't there be some kind of provision in here that says that if the mayors own insurance businesses, that these surety bonds couldn't be purchased from their insurance business?
If I'm not mistaken, sir, there's already a law that would prevent that from happening. I don't think any kind of elected official can sell any product, whether it's insurance or a bolt or a car battery, if that person serves in the capacity. I think any government agency is prevented from doing that.
Because these surety bonds are paid for by the city, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jump from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman, if someone were to sell that was a mayor or a board of alderman member to the municipality a insurance or operate business with them, wouldn't they put them in jail like they would do us?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. It's a violation.
We were to do, it'd be a violation of state law, and the Alexander decision, the other decisions, it's clear that it would be violation of state and probably federal law as well.
That's correct, John.
And they have, we got prison overcrowding, and that would result in more, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. Think so.
And as far as this whole bill itself, if somebody steals, this would be a chance for the people, instead of getting a little bit, they'd get most of their money back, wouldn't they, if they were stealing?
That's the intent, gentlemen.
That's what they want to do, isn't it?
Yes.
Jump from Jackson, Mr. Zuber. He passes. I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 693. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, next item is number 39, House Bill 894. I request to skip that and request that it maintain its position on the calendar.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, next item is number 40, House Bill 920. And ask to pull it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is, for the lack of a better word, it's a cleanup bill. Last year, we changed the law on radar, and it inadvertently, to make a long story short, excluded, left out, however you want to word it, a town in my district. And all I'm asking to do is putting a single sentence back in that was already in law for years that got taken out last year. And that sentence simply says if you have 2,000 or more upon your streets, you're authorized to run radar. So all I'm asking to do is put that sentence that was in there for years and years back into the law as it was before last year. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Oh, you got an amendment?
I've got a committee amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you're recognized for your amendment.
That amendment is making this effective upon passage.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, if you would, just one question. You said
yes, sir.
It pertains to a municipality in your district, right?
Yes, sir.
And so it has nothing to do with county and sheriffs and nothing like that.
It does not expand.
Other codes.
It does not expand or give a radar to anybody else that I'm aware of. It's just putting that sentence back in there so the municipality in my district can go back to
clarification. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 920. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 88 yeas and 23 nays, the bill passes. Next item, forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to number 41 on today's calendar, House Bill 287, and call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to turn it over to the gentleman from Lee.
Gentleman from Lee recognized.
This is a very simple bill. Basically, it allows the Forestry Commission to accept electronic bills for timber sales. Any questions?
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 287. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115, 16 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. Next item, county affairs. What do you want?
County Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 42 on today's calendar. House Bill 1194. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
Move adoption of the committee substitute.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
All right, members of the House, this bill will allow county boards of supervisors by a majority vote of the board to make voluntary contributions to the Main Street Association and also to make voluntary contributions for civil rights memorials, etc. So if there be no questions, I move final passage. Oh, I think we have an amendment. We have an amendment. Come on. Yeah. We have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Excuse me, we have a question first. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield?
Yes.
Is there a cap on how much the Board of Supervisors can voluntarily spend or do the Main Street organization makes request?
All right, on the civil rights, there's a $5,000 cap annually, 5,000.
Okay.
Is that your question?
Yes, but what about for just Main Street?
For the Main Street is the value of 1/4 of a mil of the total assessed valuation of the county. No more than 1/4 mil of the total assessed valuation of the county. So it depends on, what size county you are as to how many dollars that would be. But that's the cap, 1/4 mil.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Gentleman from Tallahatchie indicates he has an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I have conferred with the chairman and I'm serve on county affairs. And this amendment, the gentleman has introduced an appropriation bill for another round of the rural fire truck acquisition program. This amendment would be the authorizing legislation for that if there's an appropriation for it. Now, there wouldn't be guaranteed. Got to be the money. We're not the money, but this would be the appropriate authorization language for that. And might I say that if it can be, if it's there, that the Rural Fire Truck Assistance Program has been, for the money spent, one of the best programs that this legislature has ever devised, and it has really brought fire protection to the forefront in our counties. And every dollar we spent has saved not only hundreds of dollars, but lives. And I've spoken with the chairman, and so, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
Yes, I support the amendment.
Okay, you wish to close? All right, question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. Indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Questions on the bill? Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1194. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 106 yeas, 6 nays, 5 nays, 107 yeas, 5 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to go to item 43, Mr. Speaker. Call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
We've had an influx of federal monies from ARPA and different things. This bill will allow municipalities and counties to have joint ventures in spending and appropriating this money where federal law permits. So it just allows a more expeditious manner of pushing these funds out and getting these projects accomplished. If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
One question, Gentleman Monroe, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. Got an amendment on this at the appropriate time.
All right, now's the time. I don't see any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I did speak with the chairman before this bill came up. Basically, what the amendment does conceptually, we passed a bill a couple years ago to the counties to collect garbage bills on delinquent garbage bills. But what Sorry about that. So what happened was a lot of people got caught in the shuffle. So if your name's not on the property and you get a title search and they don't find the garbage bill, you buy the property, all of a sudden you go to the courthouse to buy your tag and you have to pay somebody else's debt. So what the law says, the law said that we passed here 5 or 6 years ago that they shall. So the amendment is to change it to may, to allow the counties the ability to look at each bill and say, okay, this is legitimate, this is not. So you don't have a lot of people getting stuck with paying garbage bills that aren't theirs. The gentleman from Lee and I had a constituent that was working on this over the summer, and she got caught in this. So this is an effort, again, visiting with the courthouses. They don't have the leniency in the law to not do it. And so this gives discretion to the counties.
Questions on the amendment? I recognize the chairman to respond.
Yes, the chair favors the amendment.
All right, question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1211. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd go to item 44, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 857. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
House Bill 857 allows counties to reach and get a tax refund of state income tax when there's a debt owed to the county. This is existing law, but we clarify that there are some entities that belong to the county that are not clearly specified in the law. So this law will reach out to allow instrumentalities that are part of the county to fall under that debt set aside, such as a natural gas district, a solid waste district, planning commission, a port authority, etc. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I move final passage if there be no questions.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 857. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Wait. Announcements, Madam Clerk.
Appropriations Subcommittee G will have a hearing with Division of Medicaid tomorrow morning at 9 and 201A.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Point of personal privilege.
All right, you're recognized. Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain order. Gentleman requests an opportunity to address the House. Please give him your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen. I held off on doing this for a little bit. I feared a couple of hours ago I lacked the vocabulary to accurately define how I felt and stay within the decorum afforded this body. Many of you may have gotten some love notes and calls today about House Bill 605 with my name on it. I filed House Bill 605 as a bill to allow teachers that have retired come back and teach in the classroom and still draw their retirement. It had nothing to do with the language that's currently in that bill regarding PERS. Nothing, absolutely nothing. It was hijacked completely, and I was never told about it. So I just wanted this body to know the truth about that as we move forward. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. All right, Jim Hock-Tibby Hall, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will have a rules meeting immediately after adjournment.
Jim from Pike, Mr. Mims.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold House Bill 1392 on a motion.
Okay, we'll do that. Jim from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, when we break for lunch, the First Responder Caucus will be meeting in 113. First Responder Caucus in 113. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold House Bill 363 on a motion.
Okay. Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder to the women that there is a special event for the women tonight at the Governor's Mansion held by the American Heart Association at 4 o'clock, and everyone is welcome.
Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder that tomorrow is Realtor Day at the Capitol at 8:30 in the morning in room 216, and then group pictures for all the realtors in the room at 10:30. Thanks.
Jim from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, item number 10, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a good Baptist, so I need my vote changed. It was yes. I need it changed to no. With unanimous consent.
Any objection to that? Any objection? All right, we don't hear any. We'll make that change. Jim from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on item 11 on the Ways and Means calendar, House Bill 388, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change your vote. Jim from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item 1194 on a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we'll do that. Jim from DeSoto, Mr. Darnell.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to change my vote under Ways and Means, under item 30, on House Bill 1375, change my vote from yes to no.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request to hold item number 37, House Bill 556 on a motion.
Okay, we'll do that. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 40, House Bill 920, from yea to present.
Any objection? Change your vote. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to change my vote on item 1, House Bill 518, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change your vote. All right, I don't see any further announcements. Recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning.
Motion is adjourned to 10 a.m. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House adjourned to 10 a.m.